Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How is everyone? Welcome back. It feels like it's been forever. Hey Derek, hey Dimmler, hey Lucas and B. McNichol, hey Andres, hi Steve and Jaeger and Rod, hey Joey, hey Malfrey, hey Dave and Pupaway. How are folks? Let's see here. Okay. Whew. It has been a busy week. So, drove back from Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, saw many people there. It was awesome. It was a long drive though. Max and I, RCF, the Voron founder, drove a box truck out there so we could take the fleet of printers. And it's a solid 2-day. We split it into 2 days. It's possible to do it in one, but probably not safe. So. Working on a Python. Allergies hit me when I got back to Florida. Ew. Yeah, I managed to get away without any convention crud or anything. So, hey Thunderkeys. Hi Lars, hi Bob. So, I managed to get away without any sinus things or anything, so. Phoenix barely made it in that truck. Nah, it was fine. It was a huge truck. Barely made it up the lift gate. The lift gate was at an angle and it bounced. But other than that, it was good. So yeah, we are going to work on, over the course of probably a couple of months, maybe few months, we're gonna work on upgrading this Mark III Bear. Jumping on a boat the next day and cleaning it did not help. No. Hey Lord Goodface, hey Steve. 2-day trip with a stay in lovely Elko. Well, we stayed in Salt Lake City. We stayed in Salt Lake City on the way there, and that's always our plan. This year, we were going to stay in Wendover, because it's an hour and a half past Salt Lake City to make the split a little better on the way back. But we changed our plans because we ended up over at US Synthetics for a tour on Monday. So we didn't want to rush that. So we changed our plans to stay in Salt Lake City on the way back as well. Hey, James. US Synthetics is really cool. If you don't know, US Synthetics is the parent company of Diamondback Nozzles. So it was let's do that. There we go. It was a very educational, relatively short, but we saw everything. It felt good, time-wise. Tour of their facilities. Upgraded my Bear to a Mark IV. It works well. Awesome. We are not going to take this all the way to a Mark IV. I have a bunch of spare parts from the previous upgrades to the Mark III, and I figured I would utilize those parts in upgrading this to a 3.5. So this printer, Chris Russel, if anybody recognizes the logo on the fan there, Chris Russel used to run a YouTube channel, Practical Printing, was in Southern California area. I met him a couple of times down there for events, and really awesome dude. We've talked quite a bit, we chat quite a bit, and he had to move and couldn't take all of his printers. So passed this off to me at Rapid TCT in Los Angeles almost a year ago, with the intention, I don't have a need for this myself, but with the intention that I would revitalize it, clean it up, and pass it on. So my plan right now is I'm thinking of passing this on, or expecting to pass this on to the friend that I gave the Ender wire to. So remember, we did the Ender wire build. I was going to give him this and then grab the Ender wire back. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Ender wire, but this I think will be at least as good of a printer and probably a little easier to manage long term than the Ender wire with Clipper. Hey Scott, welcome. Yeah, we did miss you at the show. So we can talk about, I mean, my plan today is basically unbuild this, use my hex tray. I just finished printing. That's why I was on a couple of minutes late. Do some unbuilding, kind of cleaning up the frame, going through and planning the rebuild. If you were missing me, you need to spend more time at the range. Oh, there were opportunities there in Colorado to do that, right? Hey, Stuart. So I'm not going to be in a big hurry today. This is very much a chill, kind of unbuild and go through, talk about Murph, RMurph, any of that kind of stuff, upcoming projects. Rocky Mountain presented some opportunities for some future projects I'm excited about. So, we went to the range there the first 2 years. Yep, I know. The Bear. So, if anybody isn't aware, the Bear modification for a Prusa MK3 or 4 series is, and let's just go back here. There is a link here, right here. There's a link here in the description. Recovery stream, exactly. I've got a lot going on still. My next month or so of streams are going to be interesting, but they are fairly low prep, which I'm glad for. So Greg here has published the Prusa i3 Bear upgrade. And this is a frame swap based on 2040 V-slot extrusions. There are some joining plates and then alternative printed parts and some revised gantry parts as part of the thing. So if we go to the Bear upgrade, so there's several of these projects that we'll be combining in this series here. Hey Tuxedo, welcome. So if we look down here, this is a Prusa Bear. So you see the 2040 extrusions, all the Mark III components here, revised X carriage. There are some, instead of relying on spring pressure of the printed parts, there are some screws here for applying clamping to the linear bearings. Greg did some pretty nifty, clever things, that some of which seems to have been kind of adopted in some form, or maybe inspired into future official revisions. If you look at the Mark IV and compare to here, Prusa did some of their own things, of course, but I feel like Greg started with some pretty clever stuff. Hey, Obi-Wan. So that's the basic idea, is there are a bunch of revised parts because that's a bolt to an extrusion rather than to a machined or cast or whatever plate that the original printer is. I built one of these ages ago. So when yeah, a Bear would be a huge improvement to a Mark II. Yep, over its threaded rod base frame. The Mark III with its extrusion base was a bit more rigid. And this theoretically takes it to another level of rigidity. To what effect in actual practical terms? I ended up doing it just because it looked like a fun build. Bill, welcome. I built one of these ages ago. I bought a black Bear frame from a vendor, All 3D makes. I'm probably combining names there. They're no longer in business. They were an official distributor. Bob and I were trying to find the name of the place a couple of weeks ago, and I've already forgotten it again. But my original first Mark III is currently on a Bear frame. So I have some experience with it. Anyway, all this stuff, there is an assembly guide. We'll probably refer to this. You go down here. Other parts, so you have the Bear upgrade, and then you have the Bear extruder and X-axis. So this is, I think there's a picture down here. Maybe not. There we are. It's basically this part of it. We will not be using the extruder part from right here, but we are going to be using the end pieces, which is those clamping bearing spots, and then a different way of adjusting tension. The stepper on a Mark III or Mark IV moves for tension. The idler on here moves for tension. If you're going to 3.5, you may consider using stock X-axis for firmware compatibility. The BearExxa is taller and loses a touch of build volume. If I can get away with it, I'm okay with that, Bob. If it's going to be a real pain, let me know, and we might shift. We might shift plans. I can always switch it out if it's a real pain too. Anyway, this is the X-axis. That's the older extruder. If I recall, the rod spacing is different. I guess we'll play it by ear then. I'll be open to shifting around, but for now I've got the parts printed. I wouldn't mind reprinting the parts because there's an awful lot of blue parts, and I think we could do with some more black parts on this, but we'll see. John and Zombie, welcome. The Ranch Kid, hello. Now, just recently, Greg released this BearExxa extruder, and it is just an evolution on his extruder design. This does use the Revo Micro hot end, which I have a couple of. I was going to use that. And I do have the shorter LDO stepper already on this printer, so we're going to use that. So. There we go. And we'll be going through all the stuff here, and I hope I have everything I need to do this. I think I do. All the parts are printed anyway. Okay, so I think what we'll begin here is just unbuilding. Beginning with an out of business Ultistick flex sheet. I had so much hope for Ultistick stuff, but I had very poor luck in sourcing plates from them, and not very good customer service experiences either. So they were very inconsistent on the powder coating, and they didn't really choose to understand what I was talking about when I mentioned it. Hey, Francois. Raj, fluid or main cell, which is best for the beginner? Pick it. For a beginner, either one, if you follow the instructions for Kiao, K-I-A-U-H, Kiao makes it pretty easy to install. That is the only way that I know of so far for installing fluid. Otherwise, Main Cell OS has a Raspberry Pi imager image in the Raspberry Pi imager utility. So, fluid, yeah. John Klopp, thanks for being a member for 3 years. It is that time. I am a little puzzled though. I keep meaning to go and count, but I'm puzzled that we're only on Charlie's Angel stream 39. Because I feel like I've doubled up months more than 3 times. Okay, we have this. I'm gonna move, this is the printed parts. These printed parts are done in nobufil, which is a brand out of, I think, Czech Republic. This was given to me by a Voron community member when I was visiting Prague. And it is an ABS. And I think these are Polymaker Galaxy Black ABS or ASA, I don't remember. What do you, oh, you found a Nerf dart. Okay. Those are what the printed parts are going to be. That is what the X-tray is printed in. Rod, thank you for being a member. Getting close to 3 years. Yep. Now this printer went through some changes. it is, we looked at this. I think we looked at this on a member stream right after I got it. So last summer sometime, I think we looked at this. We got it started, we printed with it. It is running Clipper with a Raspberry Pi and a Big Tree Tech Pico, SKR Pico controller. Raj, thanks for being a member. John, thanks for being a member. So we will be ditching all of this. I am ready to dive into my Prusa spare parts collection whenever we need to for cables, that kind of stuff. I don't know exactly what was changed to convert this to Clipper, but I think for giving this to my friend, the Prusa firmware is going to be the most useful for them. I am not upgrading it beyond the Mark 3.5, so no 10mm rods or anything like that. Tuxedo, thank you for being a member. 27 months. And Andres for 36 months. Thank you. Hi, Felix. That's not a chew toy. Okay. I think kind of managing some of this is going to be a good idea. Got a lot of extension cables and stuff like that in here. Let's see. These are handy, but we won't need them. We will need some of the adapters to plug in, which I have. I think, all the adapters. I may need to place an order for the correct connectors and make up my own adapter cables if we need to. Questionable choices. Thank you for being a member for 18 months. Hello. So I think the idea is just get things unplugged and unbuilt. So what do we have? Some of the things I saw at Rocky Mountain besides people. So I had a very busy time leading up to Rocky Mountain, and maybe we'll do this for a moment. Leading up to Rocky Mountain and building this guy. Oh, get over to my building this guy. So this is Voron Cascade. And if someone hasn't seen this before, this is the CNC mill that was introduced at Rocky Mountain last year, and it has been in development. It is following a typical development cycle of people get busy, things make progress when they can. Let me catch up here. Oh, we got Tuxedo and Andres. We got Steve with 26 months. Somehow I'm over 2. Where does the time go? No kidding. Thank you, folks. Questionable choices. Thank you. Bill Brothers. Thank you. Driving across Nevada. Well, I hope that you're not actively driving. Safe journey, man. So this is Voron Cascade. It is a CNC mill. I am very proud of this build. It has turned out really nice. It is in the stage of getting the firmware configured and such. It has moved. The developer, the creator, project lead, 120 decibel from the Voron Discord helped me get the firmware to the point where we can move it, but there's a couple of tweaks that we need to make and figure out why we can't control the spindle yet. But other than that, everything was right in the mill. Good one, John. So anyway, this is, sitting on top here is the E-stop runs through a relay. I think I burned the original one out, so I just got the replacements today. So I'm hoping to get that hooked up and start working towards getting it moving. So, hey Gabrielle. Okay. We can move this back over here. That was a fun part of the show. It did take a little more time than I was hoping or expecting. I felt like I was a little more constrained on my ability to visit with people and move around the show than typical. So. I'm just gonna throw all these in here. But I did have a few of my printers there printing, including the V2 with Box Turtle. It did great. I admittedly have only printed a couple of things on it because I haven't needed to print a bunch of things. I've been busy on other project prep and such, but I set up a couple of racing frogs in 4 colors and started it. And after Thunder Keys gave me some help in configuring, doing some updates to the clipper screen software and such, it just went. It wasn't perfectly tuned, but I didn't need to touch it. And then on the second day, I did some maker chips on there in a unique color. So there are 16 maker chips out there that are collector's items. No interventions. I mean, the Box Turtle went fine. So, no complaints. Yeah, we'll probably redo as much of the tool head wiring, get all the right connectors in. Did you get any fun maker chips? I got a few. I think they're on my dresser right now. I did not go around specifically collecting maker chips. I ended up with some that I'm glad to get, but I didn't go searching them out. Oops, that is, yeah, that is what broken wire on there. I'm pulling on it. It's okay. Did I get any XR bunker chips? I feel like I might have, but I'm not sure. The Box Turtle chip I got was kind of neat. It was not just a flat chip, which is cool. I need to spend some time revising mine because I haven't changed mine. So of the things I saw at Rocky Mountain that I thought was neat, does anybody familiar with or saw the Antithesis printer? Thought that was really cool. Maybe we can do a search for a picture of it here in a second. These over here. The Antithesis printer kind of resembles more like a knee mill than a typical printer. Let's see. Let's see if I can come up with a image search here. Does anybody have a link to something from that? Anybody who knows what I'm talking about? Because I don't see a picture coming up here. The open spool chips have an RFID tag in them. Very neat. Oh, neat. Well, darn it. I thought that would come up in a search. If anybody has one of those, shoot me a link. Otherwise, we'll I'll look a little more later. Bed out. And here. There we go. And what is this? Stepper. The open spool chips. Oh, yeah. Much cleaner. So what we have to do here, not that one. So the I know that here. I know that Kiloprints did a little short on it. So let's go there. Let's go to Kiloprints channel. Here, he just did a short on this. Here it is. So this is, oh, there we go. This is that printer I was just talking about. Hey, Martin. See the bed, it's a small printer. It's 100 millimeters, I think, by 130 millimeters. And the bed moves in a Core XY motion system, and the tool head just moves vertically in Z. I thought it was neat. They are going to be publishing it and open sourcing it, so it's a potential future project. There are some machine parts that might be fun to make. And there's not a whole lot to the rest. I think the bed is a little unique part, but Pathetic Puma, welcome. But anyway, I thought that was neat. Pause that. Talked to them a little bit on Sunday. I am definitely a fan of the small printers, so. Andrew. That's where we were going. Why don't we take these controllers out of here? Am I getting in your way? Oh, interesting. That's a 2.5 millimeter screw in there. See ya, Bill. There's not much printers at Printed Amsterdam. Some 3 Snapmakers, Prusa XL, and Core 1, and 1 A1 Mini. Interesting. Why? I wonder why there was so little 3D printer content there. What was the main? What was there, Andrew? Doing a bear rebuild. I just quoted out a bear frame engraving from someone last night. Nice. SKR Pico controller. Basically the same size as a Raspberry Pi. Spoke to the Stealth Changer folks. Got a really cool multi-neopixel logo board from them. Got one for Micron too, so when we do the Micron build, I'll figure out a way to integrate one or more of these in there. There were a lot of talks, panels with lots of makers and companies. Oh, that's my shirt. He's like, it's treat time. Why aren't you giving me treats yet? I think the stealth changer project is getting really close to ready to consider to work towards a build series on that. So talk to them a little bit about that. Let's see, this Pico is basically the same size. Yeah, I think, yeah, the bolt pattern is the same. So if you look at the bottom of these, the bolt pattern on the Pico versus the Pi are the same. So it can stack. LDO stealth changer kit soon, and LDO quad XY. Come on, Delmar. You know I'm serious since I said your name right. How often can you have lunch with the Pooch or Courtney Filament Stories? Exactly. There are some very busy people right now. So we've had Maker Faire Prague, the Rocky Mountain, and then Amsterdam, and and the Bondtech visit. And there are people that have been to 3 or more of those. It is a busy, busy time right now. One of the things that the Bear kit has used from the beginning, dude, I'll get you a treat in a second, has used since the beginning are these low profile M5 screws. You used to be able to get these good quality ones at OpenBuilds, but unfortunately, OpenBuilds is going out of business, which is very sad. I am genuinely sad about that. I will need to remove, I do have an affiliate program with OpenBuilds because I really like their slot covers and I talk about them a lot. I ordered 22.5 meters worth of their slot covers in their closing sale. This was all on here and use magnets to hold together. Big Tree Tech in Shenzhen. Yeah, but that was in March. And that was only a few of us. I'm talking, there's events that a lot of people are going to that are, or relatively, a lot of people that are going to that have just been rapid fire. Bunch of hammerhead nuts in here. I wonder if there's another source for similar slot covers. Possibly Masumi. The problem is it's not necessarily a worldwide source. I don't know if OpenBuilds was very worldwide either, but I buy 30/30 slot covers from Masumi. Okay, there's that and that. And let's get this bed off of here, I think. If we do back on the stealth changer plan, I think I will end up adding that to my blue V2. I don't have to add a big printer to my collection. So hammerheads get a whole lot easier, Derek. You put a little bit of Loctite on the fastener. Put a little bit of Loctite on it, and then they behave so much easier. Hey, Macanati. and the middle one. It's better. MK52 bed, build, whatever, build plate, heated bed, whatever, is in really good shape. There's no scratches or anything on it, so. We're going to remove all of this stuff though. Hey, Wind Farms. Good to see you at Rocky Mountain. Ever since you said treats out loud, Oscar's been watching your every move. Like he expects you to pull out the bag any second. Well, yeah. He does. It's past time, apparently. One day Oscar will decide that for proper attention he must shoulder cat. Felix is much closer to shoulder cat. He did jump on my back yesterday. He's done it a couple of times recently. Not up to shoulders, but if I'm leaning down, I was looking for something under our bed, and he decided my back was the place to be the other day. Okay, let's just set this aside. We may go ahead and replace the thermistor because I have all that stuff, because then it'll have the correct connector on it for the controller. Set this over here. Where is, oh, there's Felix. So part of the trip caused me to have to clean out underneath my, why isn't that coming up? Hold on a second. Why isn't that coming up? Clean out underneath my bench here, and there's an alternate place for them to lay down, and apparently that's where Felix wants to be. Let me see why this isn't coming up. You're probably gonna lose me for a second because it's a different scene, so give me a minute. What happened? What happened? Why isn't that working? Shift over here. Plug that back in. Why isn't that working? Armor 3D, thanks for being a member. Stream is going well. Why isn't that working? I think that's good. It's all plugged in. Huh. Let me try one more time. One more time. Give me a moment. There we go. So when I started all this, Felix was on the yoga mats behind the bed. He heard me talking about them and decided to be contrary and go into the regular bed. What was the one thing that got you excited at Rocky Mountain? There were a couple of things besides people. People is the big thing. It's all about seeing the people. It really is. As far as devices, I really like that antithesis printer that I showed a second ago. And then the Stone Wolf printer by Nathan, Stone 3D. Let me see. Let me see if this comes up. Here we are. So this is Stone 3D, the Stone Wolf. You see that all wrong? That one is heated, so it's nicer. He was on the yoga mat a second ago. So this is done by a gentleman named Nathan, who happens to be the designer of the neck extruder that's used on the Prusa Mark IV Core 1 and XL. He brought a printer, and I'm looking for, there we go. A stunning looking, not Core XY, but floating gantry printer. These are big machined aluminum plates riding on, I think, 16mm rods with a Cartesian gantry, meaning that each axis has a dedicated stepper. So carbon fiber for this Y or X, however you want to refer to it, made in, yep. And there we go. Very, very different, very, very stunning design. 300 cubed volume with some custom magic collaboration between him and Micro Swiss for the hot end. Has CPAP cooling and saw it print very, very fast. So it sounds like we are going to have an opportunity to build one of these in a series. And my hope is that I can do it in collaboration with Kiloprints. Kiloprints, if you haven't checked out his channel, search for Kiloprints on YouTube. We did look at that short from them on the Antithesis printer. I really like Kiloprints. Kiloprints very chill streaming, so I think it'll be a good fit for us to do a collab stream on this. Hopefully it works out. This is just kind of pre-planning. We talked about it at the show. I hope it does work out, but the hope is that we are going to build one of these. So. We're both on the West Coast, so timing is pretty easy. Yeah. But Joel Telling, 3D Printing Nerd, just did a quick video at the show with Nathan and this printer. Oh, there's a video here. Let's turn this volume down. A little bit of So asking about things that I thought was coolest at the show was probably this and that other little printer. Antithesis. Anyway, let's go ahead and close that. Close that. Close that. We're back over here. I was surprised how quiet it was in person with my ear up to the machine. Yeah, it was very quiet. I mean, there's a lot of drone noise, background noise at the show, but a loud printer usually you can hear over that. So I was pleased. I had the let's see what we want to do here. Let's go ahead and loosen these up. I took a lot of printers. I think I took 10 printers to the show, most of which we had at the Voron booth. I also had the blue RepRap firmware with the Duet Mini 5 printer at Duet's table. I was very pleased that I sliced a file for them, threw it on there, and started printing, and I didn't have to touch a thing, and it printed. No bed offset changes, no nothing. I was very pleased with that. We had some Wi-Fi and networking issues that prevented them from printing additional ones on Saturday, but I think they got another one printing on Sunday. So questionable choices. We don't do giveaways on the member streams. I don't gateway any giveaways at all. So this is just an opportunity to have a little more chill, dedicated hangout, and sometimes little different type builds like blasters or RC cars, or I've had a lot of Prusa content. This is kind of Prusa related. I didn't want to, and it's hard to fit in so many builds, so I thought this was a good opportunity to work on this printer, Chris Russell's old Bear printer. So we will be doing a Polymaker filament giveaway tomorrow. I have another giveaway that I'm planning because tomorrow is the Core 1 upgrade series begins. I am upgrading the Mark III that I've progressively updated from a Mark III's to a Mark IV's. All of the printed parts on there are pristine. They are Prusa PCCF and Prusa Lipstick Red ASA. And instead of just throwing those in the trash, I'm going to do a targeted giveaway on that. Basically targeted in that I'm asking that folks that would actually use them enter for it. I'm not gonna police that, but I'm hoping that somebody that can actually use them will enter, and I will be packaging those up as we unbuild the printer and send them off. I'll probably do that tomorrow because I don't think there's any reason to wait until the end of that series. I think it'll be when we remove them from the printer, we'll be ready to give them away. See Armor 3D. So, I thought that was a good idea. I don't know if anybody else likes that idea or not. Let's see here. Just do this. Where's the other screw on this? There we go. Put this. Some ties to clean up. Where? Oh, there he is. See? We got Oscar back there. So, as a stopgap between getting a bigger bed, they can both fit down. Although I would almost rather they squeeze onto the bed than than give them options. It's more entertaining that way. All the wires. Oh, it has, did I know it had this? It has the little clipper mini 128 display adapter. So that's a little STM MCU that connects to clipper to run the screen. Kind of figured that's why the USB cable was going that way. Where these steppers came from, because these aren't Prusa steppers, Z steppers. They've got connectors on them, which is actually good. We're gonna be able to customize the length of those, I think. Clean this up a bit. Micro USB cable. That, and this. Had the solid fork was at the show as well. That was sitting at E3D's table because it's using the Roto Vitamins stuff on it. They were looking for a printer to put on their table. Yeah, all of these are, I wonder, it may be, I wonder if this even started as a Mark III or if it's a self-build. It looks like it was probably self-built. Self-sourced or whatever. Delmar says Clee. I don't see Clee here, so we're probably referring to Clee Day. That is tomorrow. So look out for sales from your favorite vendors tomorrow. Love my new PC. Refreshing the stream takes less than a second. It used to take about 5 seconds. Interesting. Okay. So what do we have here? We have a 1.8 degree cool power stepper from LDO Motors. Sure, all that'll be fine. We'll adapt as needed. Hector emptying bank accounts day. Okay, does this come out here? You seen that they are putting estimated shipping dates on your order details? Yeah, that is nice. There we go. Don't really. I have to go through and do an inventory on printed parts because I'm not sure I have anything for the y-axis and I want to change all of this out. So we shall see. Let's see if we need to put any fresh belts on. Now this has an unknown amount of use on it, so I will be figuring out how I want to refresh the bearings. I'm not sure exactly. I've not had a lot of great luck on these bearings. It may simply be put some grease in them and run them through and maybe just do that a few cycles. Okay, that is off. This. My big project right now is getting my shed wired, getting the sub panel installed, because my permit for that expires in a few weeks. So I cannot hold that off any longer. That is what I was doing when I fell through the ceiling. Was working on that. Bought a second-hand Prusa Mark III with a bare frame, converted it to Mark 3.5 solid as rock. Awesome. That's good to hear, Jeff. That is pretty much exactly what we're doing here. This has the Delta, the Prusa Delta power supply. Figure out how this all goes together. I'm getting caught up in some of the details of the sub panel install. I am comfortable and familiar with the technical requirements, the sub panel differences when you have a detached garage and the grounding and neutral versus ground and all of that. What I am getting caught up on are things like I need to run all my wires between the sub panel and into the shed. And I'd like to use one of the knockouts that's in the back, 'cause it's a surface mount sub panel, and go straight through the back of it into the shed. But the particular grommets and things to use, I'm not fully aware of what the proper way to do that is. So I've been trying to do research on that. It's hard to find, when you're looking at very specific things, it's hard to find good information. I do a lot of research on what the NEC code rules are for different things and such. Hey, Poity. And you can find a little bit of stuff out there on Reddit posts and home places, and then you make your own determination on the validity of the advice being given and try to cross-reference that to stuff that you know. These should just pop out. I don't want to do it too forcefully, so we'll just unscrew them. Are you finally a little less busy, Poity? Hope so. Helps to know an electrician. Yeah. Sean, hey Laura. I don't know if he has any more details around the Leviathan board expansion. Kind of want to know what it's for. They had those at the show, so I'm fairly comfortable in showing it and talking about it a little bit. I have not installed one. I have it over here because I haven't fully unpacked. I have not installed one, but I have one. They gave me one at the show. I am going to be in Indiana in a few weeks. So Laura is talking about this. So this is an expansion board. Let's go here. And what this does is plug into the end of a Leviathan and gives you an additional 2 5160 steppers that can be high volt, and some thermistor and fan connections, and then a little speaker. They had the speaker playing some Star Wars and other little songs. But yeah, just a little, add a few things. 24 volt or 12 volt fans, 2 fans, 2 thermistors it looks like, and the speaker. So I also got something else they were showing that I'm even a little more excited about than this board, is this power supply. You can use G-code to play songs in Clipper. Yep. This power supply is really cool. It is solid. It is heavy. It is a dual output power supply. It has 5 volts and 24 volts. And it is 275 watts on 24 volts and 25 watts on 5 volts. So the giant thing they named Leviathan wasn't big enough. Yeah, this does add quite a bit to the size. But if you need it, you need it. You save that space by using a very compact, definitely for its size, power supply. Killer Prince, welcome, welcome. I made some mention of stone 3D stuff and hoping that we'll be able to get something going on that without any definitives. Does the expansion make it gargantuan? Yes. Yes, it does. Hopefully I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch there on that printer build, but I'm pretty optimistic. Whenever we can get kits, let's go. We will definitely chat about specifics. Okay, let's see here. Let's pull these out. Let me go get a couple of paper towels. That LDOP is available to purchase now. I don't think it's available right now, but they were showing it at the show. Found obscure instructions to play regular audio from the Pi through Clipper using a combo of shell commands and G-code. Nice. Okay. What I'm looking for, since this is a printer with unknown mileage on it, I'm looking for any grooves in the rods to be well cut. I don't see anything. I'll have to find out from Chris. Chris might hop in here, I don't know. He mentioned he was gonna try. See how much time is on it. That might determine on how much effort I spend in figuring out what I'm doing with the bearings. If it doesn't have a lot of print time on it, then I'll probably just re-grease them and call it good. Hey, Redacted, welcome, welcome. Boydie, thanks for being a member. Redacted, 18 months and 36 months. Okay. And asked them about the power supply availability. I think they said they were about to go into production. Awesome. I think that's going to be a really handy power supply. The only thing, so I'm just seeing it. I received it yesterday, the day before. The only comment I would have on it is if they could squeeze out 6 amps on the 5-volt rail, it would be better for potential Pi 5 applications. 5 amps is probably fine. And I haven't actually hooked it up to see what the actual output is. Being able to tweak the 5-volt output, especially for Pi use, might be a handy feature. I'm gonna go for it, my Morn Sun 200-watt wines. Is it treat time? Is that the deal? Okay, it's treat time. Let's take a little break. Where are you? There we are. That's what we want. Sorry, getting this little camera all situated. Do you want treats too? Oh yeah, you want treats, don't you? A little teasing. I can tease. You want a treat? A treat? You gotta come down here. Felix is not as excited about the treats. Oscar will take them right out of my hand. Wow, thanks, Color Prince. Thanks for being a member for 3 years already. There you go. Ah. Oh. If I ever did that with treat residue on my fingers with Charlie, he would bite hard. Fortunately, Oscar is quite a bit more gentle in that regard. The treat residue, it's like, yummy, chomp, but Oscar's a little more gentle with that. There, you happy? Licking his lips. Okay, bed frame done. The OG Voron stock displays actually had a buzzer beeper built in. Chance Discord. Yeah, there's a reason for the Charlie bit me meme. There's no way, Poity, unfortunately, otherwise I would have reached out and mentioned I was doing this. There is no way to target gifted memberships. That would be nice. In most situations, I kind of like that it's random though. Oh, what do we got here? Yeah. Okay, oh, I got screen being taken up. Scott, I am pretty sure I'm at the same place. So talking about hotels and for Murph. So yeah, I will be at Murph in just about 4 weeks. It'd be nice if YouTube would abandon the silly policy of not allowing gifting to branded accounts. I thought they fixed that. I thought you could now. I thought they fixed branded accounts. What catches a lot of folks is that you have to opt in to receive. And if you're not noticing the pop-up or it doesn't come up or whatever, then you won't receive that. I can't confirm that it's been fixed. I'm just going by what I've been told. One problem is a lot of this isn't very well documented on that. I'm just pulling what's out of here. Are you restreaming there, Poity? So if Greg is listening, I do want to say I've been a big fan of Greg's stuff since the beginning. I learned a lot of my design techniques in modeling printed parts from examining Greg's parts. So, big fan. Big fan. Okay, let's get these out. These slide in. This is the style of T-slot nut that the Bear kits came with. They didn't use as much or any of the hammerheads. I think I still have a bunch in my inventory from my original Bear kit I bought. Okay. Oh, there's more of those from the back. We'll pull this Oh, there's a, just this come off. Let's see if we can get in here. Late to the game, what are the quick upgrades? Quick upgrades on this. We are going to be using all the latest Bear extruder and Prusa MK3.5 part as upgrades with a Revo Micro hot end. So there. Oh, those aren't actually. I thought these little wire clips were going to be the Trident ones, but they're not. They're a different design. Being the owner of 3 bears, I'd consider myself a fan of Greg also. Hey, Adam. He's out. Others. We are going to try to get this, I mean, pull this completely apart and clean all the dust out of here. Gotta get all this old dust out. Belt tensioning. Nice. What? Oscar is very vocal. Yeah, none of these are original Mark III steppers, which is what makes me think that this was a didn't start. It looks like it was self-sourced, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. There were a lot of people at Rocky Mountain that I knew were going to be there, but in the busyness of getting ready and being there and stuff, I forgot to seek out. Like, I wanted to say hi to the Sousaphone, is that it? Does the Dummy 13 model. Would have liked to say hi to them. Would have liked to have spent more time with some people, but that's how these events go. Everybody is busy. I don't know if you can hear that squeaking from the screw in plastic. Hey, Greg, welcome. Everybody say hi, Greg. Everybody say hi, Greg. I'm glad you were able to get in here. I apologize for not being able to do anything about targeted memberships. So I really appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Let's see here. We are doing a bunch of unbuilding right now. So going to take this apart, going to clean it up. We will be rebuilding it with fresh printed parts, some of the Prusa MK3.5 electronics and display, and the latest BearExxa V2 toolhead. And I hope that shortening your name to Greg is appropriate and just fine. Filament sensor, keep those parts together. So this bear, I don't know if you know them, but Practical Printing is who this used to belong to. Chris gave this to me last year because he's moving and didn't have room for it. But I also have my own bear, which was my original pre-ordered Mark III, is on a bear frame right now. And I've tried different things over the course of time. I think right now it has the Bondtech tool head on it. So. That is a great question, Collie. And I think we have the perfect person who may be able to answer that in chat. Greg, what do you mind sharing the origins of the bear name? I'm on a phone through a browser, so I may have some trouble to follow every comment and write, but I'm here for a little. I appreciate it. His frame is strong like bear. Exactly. Buddy. Squeaky. Threading in plastic. I don't know if that's coming through or not, but. Is that coming through? Squeak, 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 squeak. So the bear name comes from two things: Gummy Bear from Prusa and someone in my family who loves bear. Perfect. I got a box of gummy bears back here. It just happens to have printer parts in it too. Sounds like a canary. I also have other gummy treats, thanks to folks. Sanity got me some licorice all sorts, Sanity and Maz, and Hesliz, some wine gummies that Max and I demolished on the trip back. We ate a solid half of those. Sometimes my brass inserts make that noise. That's when you're cross-threaded. They do that when you're not lined up, when they're not necessarily cross-threaded, but they're almost. When they're not perfectly in line with the screw you're threading in is when they'll do that. Okay, let's pull all of this off. Careful not to snip any wires when we're doing this. Hey, clown hammer. Mechanical Loctite, exactly. Okay, there's a few of these that we're going to end up reusing. Oh, well, that's interesting. Interesting connector there. What do you think, Oscar? Am I doing okay? He's like, I bet you have treats up here. Likewise, Colin Hammer. Likewise. Do we have any, who here is going to be at Murph? We're only like 4 weeks away from Murph. And don't tell me it's less than 4 weeks. It's okay. I don't have anything I have to plan for Murph. But that'd be quite a trip for you, Maurice. Work is better and Miss Poity is walking again. I plan to go. I hope so, Poity. I really do hope so. I'll be at Murph. Reservation made a few weeks ago. Awesome. Yeah, I have my hotel and flight and rental car all settled. So I will be in Chicago, supposed to be landing about 12:30 on Friday, and then probably into Goshen around 4 is guess. And then departing back on Monday. Oh. Hold on just a second. That was Mr. Russell there. Much easier to drive to Murph than our Murph? Yes. Yes. 4 p.m. on Friday. No one will be sober at that point. I'm serious, Steve has never stopped a stream for a text. He didn't stop a stream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This is your heat set insert sound, exactly. Hi, Holtz. It's good to meet you at Rocky Mountain. Okay, it's almost mostly unbuilt. I do have some genuine Prusa fans that I'll probably put back in here. Some of these, even if only 4 or mostly 4 wire lengths. Want me to pick up some tung oil before exiting Reno? I don't know what I want to use, Bill. That's the problem. That would be a great idea. But you know what? I have someone who goes back and forth between Reno and here often. So if I decide that I need something I can't get here, then I've got an option. And we're referring to, I don't know if you can see, this table right here, is an 8-foot long by 3-foot butcher block countertop that I've not actually finished yet. I need to fill in some gaps and finish it. And looking at Robert Cowan had done a video recently that kind of poked me to decide what I want to do with that. He was going through some different, nope, that's not food. He was doing some different finishes on a butcher block. And I think I want to go in a similar direction with an oil rather than a lacquer. It could be a sign of axial misalignment. That's exactly what it is. Dude, none of that is food. Chewing on the end of my glasses, chewing on wires. Oh, there's more screws there? No. Why doesn't that just come off? Why doesn't that just come off? That can come off. Belt. There we go. It just snapped in. Wow. That's actually stuck on there and it's not even snapped on. I think it's just just friction. Hey, Happy. Okay. Insulation on that. That insulation I'll take off. But I was making that a little tight in the spots. Okay, it looks like it has a Betas Dragonfly hot end on here. Won't be using that. Dropping screws and what, did something fall down here? Oh, yep, there's a square nut down here. There we go. There we are. Everybody say hi, Chris. Mr. Practical Printing himself. Original owner of this machine here. Okay. Oscar is all over. Nope, that's not food. It's food. It is taco time. I want tacos. If Pooch was here, we'd go get tacos. Oscar smells my cat's on it, probably. That is a long screw. Pooch is still hasn't answered him, yeah. That guy is traveling all over the place. So many wires. Let me distract you. There you go. I already had breakfast tacos. I'm getting a parfait for lunch. Okay, let's see how this is looking. That's what I heard, Maurice. I'm excited to see. I appreciate it. I saw you message me on that. So, Chris, is this you're gonna know, obviously. I was speculating that this is a self-source build rather than a Mark III upgrade. Is that correct? Okay, where are we? Expect much. All good. All is good. Oh, bang, sorry. Cover stuff from those later. Comes out. There we are. Now, I have an entire, most of the parts are OEM spares I had. Nice. I have quite a few of the same from that Mark III upgrade. So I have an entire spare, never used toolhead from a Mark III. So grab whatever parts we need, I'll have. So this is the previous Bear toolhead. And we'll be building this with the BearExxa V2. Okay, there's lots of square nuts and stuff that I'll recover from these, but I'll probably do that after or off camera. Yeah, that's gonna be a little tight fit. Jeez. Okay, getting closer. Another stepper. I think frame, hot end, and control board, the only thing that wasn't genuine Prusa. Okay. The steppers aren't, because they're all connector steppers. This bear is from Chris, that's why it's blue. Yes. Yep. This was the fan grill on it. Yeah, let's do this. Steppers are the cool step kit. Yeah, they're all LDO, they're all good stuff. They're just not the Mark III originals. Which is actually gonna make it a little easier for me to just do custom wire lengths. I'm gonna place an order at DigiKey for some of the new, I forget what the name is, but I know the part numbers for the new controller. I'll get a bunch of connectors so we can learn how to crimp those and make everything nice and neat. Straight up. Little tight fit there. A little better grip on these two. Wow, that's really tight. Maybe I won't be able to get that off right now. That's okay, I think. Hey, Scott. Is this going to be a double stream weekend? It is. We have a double stream weekend, at least one of them every month. There's typically one member stream per month. Let's see how the rest of this goes together. How does the rest of this? These are really tight on the end here. I'm having a hard time getting it off. I think I need to. Let's do this. Oops, wrong screwdriver. Let's go ahead and take these off and let that gantry fall down. See ya, Andres. Kitty overload weekend. There we go. Long boy. So long it doesn't even show up on camera. This is gonna just drop when this drops. What is that? Oh, that one didn't loosen all the way, that's why. There we go. Okay, now try to pull this all the way through. Hey, Brett. Oh, jeez. Tight, tight. Hey, Schlonky Kong. Welcome. Very tight. Did I say hi, Brent? Hi, Brent. Oh. That and how's the bruise from your through the ceiling? It is pretty much, it's hard to see. Just a little bit there is all. Just a little bit there. Pretty much taken care of. There's still a little tiny bit of tenderness if I really push, but are you using the matching filament for the replacement parts? I can't remember if I gave you a spool of it with it or not. I am using some filament that was given to me by one of our Voron community members, Helper on the Voron Discord. Helper or forget the role. Anyway, here, let me grab a couple of them here. This is nobufil, atomic blue, I think is what they call it. So still blue, a very, very close blue, well, not quite as dark. What do they call this? What do they call this? Was it atomic blue? Astro Blue. Nobufil Astro Blue. And that is a Czech filament company, am I correct? It's from that part of the world anyway. Okay. Ooh, those are in there very tightly. How were these actually installed and removed? I see. I see. Comes right out the top. Never mind. Slides right out the front. The original is atomic carbon fiber PET G. I see. This is an ABS. It's a ABSx is what they call it. Roughly from Austria. Okay. From Austria. Slide the motor out, yeah. I figured that. PET G containers, food safe. I plan to print some to store spices. For something dry, you might be okay. The problem with anything 3D printed is layer lines trap stuff. So, and I think technically, if there's any lead in the nozzle you use to print with it, that kind of stuff, you can't officially call it food safe. Whether it's practically fine or not is probably a call you get to make. ABSx is made from recycled material too. Well, that's good. So dust it off. Okay, one off. This out after I get that printed part off. What we got here? Bill was in here a little bit ago. Brent, he is still traveling. He is not too far from home. Well, relatively, compared to when he started. Okay. What's this window? What is that? How many people we got here? 57. 57 people and 33 likes. We don't care. We don't really count here. Not as important. What is this? What do we got here? Oh, there's two of those. Oh, it might have dropped down from something else. There we go. Okay, let's examine these. Hey, Chris, are you still here? How much print time does this have on it? Trying to determine how much effort I'm going to put into cleaning the bearings. I'm definitely going to re-grease them, but cleaning these, I've not had much good luck in these. So I could potentially just get some new ones too. There's no grooves on the rods that I've found so far. Less than 100 hours? Okay. So I'll just clean real well, make sure the seals on the ends are nice and clean, and then I'll put some fresh grease in them and probably call it good. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, I'm not seeing any grooving or anything on the rods, so. Okay. Random washer in here. I don't know where that washer came from. Come from the tool head somewhere, maybe? Probably. Last little bit. New this old Tony video? This old Tony is good stuff. I very much enjoy watching when he releases something. Those would have been greased with gray tube super lube. Okay. That's probably what I'll put right back in them. I have plenty. What was that about? Is Oscar kicking Felix out? Was there a bit of a scuffle there? Anyone dressing up for Clee Day? No. Wow. Let's do... There we go. Just leave them all over here. We'll wipe them all off and re-grease them. Ooh. Back to these. Yeah, everything, I haven't seen a groove in any of the rods, so I think we are all good. There we go. Okay, that is now stripped down. Now let's see what we can do about cleaning out some of this, dusting it off. I need to call soon. I've got a couple of lens questions. Do as much cleaning as we can on this. Most of it should just wipe off. Just dust. I was really happy with the tolerances on those printed parts, considering I printed them all on a Prusa Mini. Nice. All the replacements were done either on my purple Trident or on my I did the latest ones I printed overnight because I realized I forgot some on the core one. Nice looking frame. Is that a kit? Does anybody who still sells official Bear kits? Does anybody still sell official Bear kits? The place I bought mine from is no longer in business. I don't quite remember the name of it. I know Bob and I looked it up the other day. Found it, but I don't remember what it was. Lots of work to get the tolerances right. It's important to me. That's not too loud for folks. OEM 3D, something weird like that. All 3D. You know what? That's what I said earlier in the stream, right? All 3D or something like that. I got to trust my memory more. Mine came from All 3D. I don't know that I don't know if Printed Solid was selling them yet. I remember when Printed Solid started selling them. I think it was after I bought mine. Because I bought mine in 2019. Bought mine in 2019, I believe. Until you said it was nice talking to you again at Rocky Mountain. Awesome. I don't know where. A couple of those fell over here. Ooznet in UK still has some at least. Okay. That. Oh, those are going to come out of there. That's why. Okay. That makes sense. We are going to double check all the squareness and measurements on the frame. We'll just say, we'll assume that if anything's off, it's shifted over time in transport. Aaron, thanks for being a member for 26 months. Appreciate that. Folks that are going to be here tomorrow, don't let me forget to do all of the YouTube gifted memberships they let me give out, because I think, is tomorrow the last stream of the month? Yes. Tomorrow's the last. Yeah, tomorrow's the last stream of the month, so I don't think I've given away any this month. Okay, that is looking nice and shiny. To do a build on how to build more space in my workshop for printers. I feel like I have done a remarkable job of figuring out how to fit more printers into my space. I think I have done a remarkable job of that. What applies for me might not apply for you. Tomorrow's agenda is we begin the Core 1 upgrade build. So going from the Mark III that I originally put the 3.5 and incrementally upgraded it to a Mark IV. And that one is going to go to a that one is going to go to the core one. It will also be the one that I'll end up experimenting with MMU3 stuff on. So I want to try the MMU3 on the core one, and there are several mounts and ways to do that. I need to figure out which one I want to try. Okay, there's a couple of things I do want to do in terms of flushing up some of the things. Most of these feel pretty flush, but these up here could go up a little bit. And I might take the opportunity to flip this one around because there's some scarring from something from the spool holder, I think, that was mounted up here. Might flip it around and hide that if it looks good. Super interested in next gen MMU from Big Orange that was hinted at recently. Me too. Me too. Okay. My appropriately check sourced or check company machinist square. Let's just get a vague idea of where things are. Ooh. Ooh. Well, yeah. We shall redo. Transportation was not kind. Let's see if we can see. Oop. We will fix that. Okay, so since we are going to fix that, why don't we go, and it's fine. George, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Just built the Core 1 kit last week. Nice kit. How long did it take you? I'm curious. I think folks had said it's a really quick build, probably quicker than a Mark IV to build, which is really interesting to me. Square prints are overrated. Okay, what I want to do in this case, I want to go back to, got BearExxa stuff here, but let's go back to the Bear upgrade. And we are going to go to the assembly guide. Turning this into a switch wire a la Enderwire V-slot mods would be some fun content. Maybe. And hi Keith, welcome. It just require a lot more stuff than I have. And I'm the intent is I'm giving this to the friend that has my Enderwire, and I'll get the Enderwire back. What was that? It's Felix jumping on things. It's angled enough to be a belt printer. Fix the frame skew in the slicer. In the firmware we could. You can't do skew in the slicer, right? It's all in the firmware. 2 evenings and a morning, but was doing other things at the same time. Well, I always do other things at the same time here, right? Okay, let's see. It's been a long time since I've looked at these instructions. How's the Charlie wire doing? As far as I know, it prints. I don't remember what my friend said the status of it was last time, but I think he said it's still printed. Be able to use skew in the slicer. I mean, that's a feature that Orca should add. Or you're saying you should be able to, not that you don't think you can. Let's just go down here. Links to the assembly guide is available at the top of this page. Well, that's where we are. Okay. Oh, here it is. Is that? There we go. I click there. And let's just go right into, because a big thing here is knowing which things need pre-inserted T-nuts. So I think I am just going to take this apart and we'll just go through the assembly process. The best place to fix skew is where the skew is on the frame. Exactly. We will always prefer correcting skew in assembly rather than in software. That is absolutely true. Okay, that is tight. So let me grab different driver here. I know, isn't that sad, Keith? I placed a big old order from them right when they announced that. I got an email saying, hey, we've got an overwhelming amount of orders and it might take a while. That's okay. I am very sad that they are going out of business though. Like I said, I ordered about 20, I think it came out to 22.5 meters of the slot covers. Okay. So I'm gonna leave all the hardware for the frame right here. So, and then what I was talking about is there's some scarring in the frame from, I think, the spool holders. So if it works out, I'll just flip that over and have some, just kind of hide it a little bit. I ordered a ton of slot covers too. For these, I'll leave this here. Slide that out. This will really make it a lot easier to, I should have tested see if I was gonna do this anyway, because this will be a lot easier to just wipe all of this stuff off. Is this all here? Let's see what we have for distances. I want to do as minimal, I don't think I can get that measurement. I think I gotta go this way. I want to do as minimal disassembly as I can get away with. Let's do it this way. Make sure everything's square. We're at 99.9. We're at 99.91, maybe a little different than that. Make sure I'm actually square, not square. 99.8, it's close. I reject your squareness as substitute my own. Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing? This is not for you. What? Hey, buddy. Climbing all over the place. Tip to be square. We will go ahead and redo these. Like I said, it'll give me a chance to really clean it up. He was climbing on a very messy workbench and knocking things over. Not his fault. I shouldn't have such a messy work area. But with all the prep for Rocky Mountain, my space here has gotten a little overwhelmingly busy and messy. We're just going to go into a full-on. Why won't it slide? It should just slide out. There's nothing holding it. Yeah, we're just going to redo this. I have exciting delivery coming on Thursday. My Precision Matthews mill shipped and they've scheduled the delivery. They scheduled it for Tuesday, but I have things at work I can't miss. So it is now going to be on Thursday. That's going to go right behind the green printer there on the wall. I am looking forward to that. Time to head back to Costco. I'll check back in later. See you, Chris. Thanks for hopping in. Appreciate it. Worst days are the ones spent on waiting on a new toy. Well, I had to, it's been a bit because I had them delay the shipment because I was going to be at Rocky Mountain. I didn't want it delivered while I was there. So I placed this order just a little over a month ago, and it's not, I mean, it's getting here when it needs to get here. I'm not worried about the time it's taken. The company was super nice. The after the fact of ordering, they gave me the Clow 42 discount that I didn't know was available when I ordered it. Things like that they did a good job on. She got me a bag of Bob's Red Mountains. We're just gonna go through all of this. Okay. Just a little bit of grime in there. Able to get to now. There are build helpers to help with the assembly, but good measuring tools are always going to be more precise if you have time. Yeah, I'll take the time. I believe I had printed out those helpers when I did my original build, but we won't worry about it. We'll do some measurements and get things lined up. This is a once a month build, so we won't even be anywhere close to finishing this today. So this doesn't sit flat here. I'm not gonna trust that. I do have a surface plate over here that I'm gonna set it on and see. See, there's also these printed feet that might be skewing that. This is quite a bit off on my table, but I don't trust my table is flat either. Okay, let's see. Can you guys hear Oscar? I have a quartz slab. It is over here. If this will fit on my surface plate, the surface plate is better. Surface plate is right here. If you look at the picture in the corner. You can't hear him? He is. He is saying hi. He is saying, where's my treats? A little cloth on here. Every surface here has been used up. Let's see. Now we do have, like I said, we have printed parts there. Ah, it's not gonna fit. Here, let's go on the top side and see what it's doing. Yeah. We'll redo that. We'll redo that and try to figure out why. Okay. I need a bigger plate. Yeah, you're right. Let's pull these off and I'll put my little quartz plate. Actually, we can. That's fine. Let's move all this stuff out of the way and I'll put my quartz plate up here. That way we have a better reference to build off of. So my surface plate here is from a company here in the US called Woodcraft. It's not like the super highest grade, but it's fine for what we're doing. You can get stuff that is certified and rated and add a couple of zeros to the price tag and be better off. But for what we're doing, my surface plate is, I think it's still grade A, at least they claim. But it was also like just around $100 rather than. Should do this part of builds on an optical bench at work. We have granite counters in the kitchen in my office, makes printer building easier. About to show law enforcement some video. See you, Martin. Okay, let's get that out of the way. I think I have enough space here now. I haven't put my quartz top on here in a while. I gotta get to it. I think it'll be easier to come around. You can go over here. It's like, what's going on? I don't trust this. This thing is not light. I have 3 rubber feet under here, so it doesn't rock on my workbench. Make sure it's clear of stuff, including blue tape apparently. Haven't had this on here in a while, huh? Granite or quartz? Quartz is going to have more filler binding material, and granite is going to be more rock. So I don't know. Do you plan to build a Doom cube one day? I have extrusions. I have extrusions that are actually sized for this 250 V2. They're black. But I don't know. I don't know if they'll go on there or if they'll go on some other build or whatever. I was placing an order at Printed Solid and they had them and I decided, okay, well, I'll grab these in case I want them sometime. Hey, Jason. Hey, Ella. I'm sure there's a Cloud 42 discount code for the big plate. From where? Okay, let's go here. There. Yeah, it's writing on these corners, rocking on these corners. That is not for sure because these brackets might be, they feel like they're not in the way, but this one might be. Hey, sir guy. Anyway, we are going to loosen things up and tighten them back down. Also make sure we have all the right pre-installed nuts. Yeah, I think we'll just... Wild to see another bear frame, building my Prusa wire on one right now. Awesome. So is there an existing design out there? Are you doing something on your own for a Prusa wire? Yeah, I think I want to just redo. I'm just going to redo all of this. The appeal in being able to really clean every piece and get all the dust out, pretty strong too. I'm taking the switch wire and end wire and adapting it for a Mark III 4 bear frame. Hey Brian, I just bought an optical bench surface on auction this month. Nice. How are you doing? It's been a while. That one is... Lots of custom parts, rods on Z. I see. I see. All this stuff. All those over there. These matter. Let's just put all these over here. Just gonna go for it. We're just gonna go for it. Cinema Quad, welcome. Curious why with these plates here. Curious why that's not flat. I'm probably going to reprint these feet in a TPU. Just give a little bit extra cushion. But we can do that later. Keep those separate. Took a molded Ender 3 and made an Ender wire and grounded the frame to a full switch wire and still not up and running. Upgraded the frame to a full switch wire. I had my Charlie wire printing at Rocky Mountain. It was doing pretty well. I didn't have to mess with anything to get it to work. My most expensive printer, but also my prettiest. Feed and TPO is definitely better. Yeah. I am going to try, I'm hoping to try some of that foaming TPU. That might even be a little bit better. I have a few applications I want to try that with. I want to try printing RC tires with it. I think that'll be pretty cool. We're just going for it. We're just going to completely start over. So it was, is it Color Fab? Is that right? That did the original VariAssure TPU. So it has a foaming agent in it that varies with print temperature. So you can get some pretty light and airy TPU prints from it. But several several other companies are releasing similar filaments. Fetus was showing some off at TCT Asia there, and then I saw it here at Fetus had it at their booth at Rocky Mountain. And other companies are releasing. There's one releasing it. I'm not 100% sure if they're releasing it, if they've announced it. So that's the stuff that I'm hoping to get my hands on. The stuff I'm not sure if it's announced or not. Did you come down with anything from? No, I did not. I did not. I have felt perfectly fine the whole time. Okay, we are down to the bare bones now. We are just going, we're going to do an entire bear build. Is anybody familiar enough with this to tell me if I need to tweak the pre-installed T-nut strategy for the parts I'm using, as far as the, mostly in terms of like the Prusa enclosure and stuff, electronics enclosures? I've had a few family related, I'm sorry. Been able to pop into streams or any builds recently, but hoping to get back on track. I will keep an eye out for when you do are able to get back on track. Stefan's shoe video mentioned they have their own custom foaming TPU. I am very tempted to try to order some shoes from that company because I have very wide feet. You can slip in the extra needed when you need them. They don't need pre-installation. Well, some of these, if you use this style, they do. If you use this style, you need to pre-install what you need. I'm very interested in or tempted to order a pair of those just to try them out, because you take a picture of your feet next to according to that video, next to a sheet of paper. I'm curious how well they'd get to that. I have to order, when I get shoes, they should be extra wide or 4E. And that makes it really difficult sometimes. Bearded Printer, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate it. That heatsink I had done was so nice, but it's a shame the load cell is no good. It isn't sensitive enough. Yeah, it does look pretty, but I also wonder if the design could be such that it would be more have tendency to flex there. Thank you, John. When I did the Mark IV bear change a few weeks ago, I was able to slip in and out the changes to T-nuts with the frame fully assembled. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. That is good to know. I mean, Ella, on that, I am definitely just along for the ride. There is no, I'll just, as things are ready to be checked out and feedback. Ella is working on a load cell. They've mentioned it before, so a load cell hot end. And it sounds very exciting. And I received a pre-beta sample, and that's what we're talking about. You can show your part on stream if you like. It's not in here. It's in the other garage. If I remember, I'll bring it and we can show it tomorrow. Okay, this is almost clean enough. It's the corners. Almost clean enough. I wear 4E2, but sometimes can wear a size up to 2E if that's all I can get. The real problem I have with the wide feet and shoes thing is in specialty shoes. I have a very hard time being comfortable on a bicycle because the shoes are never right. I have some really nice rollerblade, large diameter wheel inline skates that I can barely ride. I wish they were wider. I'd be out on those more often. It's a ton of fun. You can go really fast on those. Printer shoes really need to be paired with scanning to full customize them. But I still think it would be neat. be a good conversation starter, places like work and stuff too. Okay, we are starting from the very beginning. So this is talking about the pre-inserts, tightening things. To answer question, West 3D has Triangle Lab spare frame kits. Oh, nice. Now that I say that, does anybody still sell bare frame kits that, if there ever was any kickback to the designer? So I'm now that I think about it, Triangle Labs is not going to be a official thing, right? Are any of them official? The only T-nuts that needs to be inserted at the right is the 12 for the bottom of the Z-axis, step 13 in the second guide. Okay. Back and front, take one of the two longest extrusions. It is 370 millimeters long. It has been a long time since I've done one of these builds, so this will be fun. Okay, so these are still there. They're still in the right spot. Got a little bit of cat fight. Screws right there. Looking at PO Poly's load cell mount for the Magneto X. I've done some basic Arduino STM programming. Not sure about clipper current support. Back and front extrusions. Not too longest. Put a couple of. I'm gonna look for markings just over time. These extrusions get nicked and stuff. We're gonna try to hide those since we're rebuilding anyway. The only last official that still has a frame is Ooze Nest in the UK, but it's open source, so you can do what you want. Okay, that I like to be and communicate the, like with the blasters that we do. A big part of the foam blasters is the companies that kick back to the designers. So I like to pay attention to that. Is why I mentioned that. Each side, bolt, and bolt a couple of plates. Okay. I hope toolhead load cells can become more practical. Direct nozzle probing is where it's at. And what are these? These are 5x10s. Okay, a little more. Okay, those are the 10s. I want to see something here. Okay, those are fine. I've seen a couple of spots where the screw has gone through and marked. So where those are, we're going to be paying extra attention to what size, what length of screw to use. Is your start project documented somewhere? Hi, Kobe. Welcome. I don't know if these should be flush on the side, but I'm going to use this as the gauge for a moment. We'll find out if I need to adjust, but this will be a good starting indicator. That'll be easier. Off on that. Yep. Okay. Oh, effectively what I'm doing, you use a flat something. I'm using a 1, 2, 3 block. I use another plate here. Yep. So that's basically what I was already doing. I am feeling some weirdness on this side here, like it's not actually flush. I want to just check this again. It just feels odd. It might just be the extrusion. I don't know. Okay, we'll go with that. Why are they called 1, 2, 3 blocks? Because they are 1 inch by 2 inches by 3 inches. They make 25, 50, 75s in metric. Front, repeat, step forward to align. Okay, so that's going to go there. That means that that is going to be the top. I'm still paying attention to let's do this like this. Let's build it. So that those are going to go back there. So we're going to do this one. What is the reason in those specifics, in these specific sizes? Why did they pick 1, 2, 3? I don't know, probably convenience. 10. There are 2, 4, 6 blocks if you want to go all in. Mm-hmm. The real question is, since everyone uses them for all kinds of random things, what are 1, 2, 3 blocks actually supposed to be used for? Fixturing and measuring against, and I mean they're a general general machinist or fabric or assembly aid. Good. Goes there. Middle ones. That'll go along there. Let's see what we have here. Is that what I want? Okay, that's gonna go. Just looking at a little scar there, and I got a scar there. something. Let's go down, right? Let's go down. So let's go like that. Pay more for the metric ones. I just couldn't bring myself to financially support Barbarians Unit Corp. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, is that what I want? Yes, okay. Something like that. I think they're really called 1, 2, 3 blocks because that's how many you need around your shop. You always need an even number, just like you always hit that like button an even number of times. Oh, come on. I can't actually see from the camera angle. There we are. That's odd. You're right. I messed that up. You have to hit the like button an odd number of times. Scratch that, reverse it. I got my bear frame with blind joints, much prefer that. Mine was this. Mine was exactly what we're building here. Let's just go here. Here. You've been hitting the like button wrong. Go back, fix it. You can fix it after the fact, it's fine. You met interesting yes, I met a lot of interesting people at Rocky Mountain. Interesting that it does that. Why does it do that? Probably need to loosen these up once it's together. That way. This one. The corner plate's flat. That's a good question and a little late for me to check. Let's do a proper check over here. That one's flat. Sir Guy, thanks for being a member for 27 months. BTT V2 boards look interesting. What do you think? BT V2 boards. What V2 boards? Let's just get all these here. What BTT V2 boards? Yeah, an odd number of blocks because there's apparently hanging out with the 10mm socket. I do have a set of 1, 2, 3 blocks that don't have the holes. They're just solid blocks. I haven't actually used them for anything though. Let's see how these stack. There's something wrong with that one, I think. Is it that one or the one next to it? See light through some of them. These are all have all been bolted together, so there is going to be the potential for tweak on them. We'll see how it goes. I don't really want to take these apart to check it. I want to kind of put this, get this somewhat together, and then loosen everything and tighten it down. We'll see how that goes. Big Tree Tech EB36 and EBB42 V2. I actually didn't know about those. There we go. Have access to granite surface plates and the likes. It's easier to build with plates. You can really square precisely. Blind joint is a bit like square and pray. Well, the blind joints rely on your extrusions to be perfect. Your extrusions need to be perfectly square for a blind joint to work well. This has a little more forgiveness in that. There we go. Got your T-nuts for the Z-axis preloaded. No. Where did it tell me to do that? Probably tells me a little further down here, doesn't it? Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to assemble it this way. I've already deviated from the instructions. We'll fix that, but I want to figure out what's going on with this. It's quite a bit off. Trying to figure out why. And we're going to spend the time to figure out why. Okay, I'm gonna, since I missed those anyway, let's check these plates. If the plates aren't square, then we will pick those that are. Let's check this one. That one doesn't rock or anything on my surface plate. If you had those gaps before, did it maybe get dropped? Who knows? It has traveled a bit. It's okay, we'll figure it out. Just the act of tightening down these plates could deform them as well. So it's fine. Check this one. I'm hearing a little bit of tapping on this one, so I'm gonna not use that for the bottom here. We have a little bit of tapping on that one. So what I'm doing is I'm setting this down over there on my surface plate and tapping on the different areas. And if it makes any noise, it means that there's something that's not, it means that there is something that's not perfectly straight. Yeah. And most of these I think are going to have some sort of something. I think this part here is probably the most critical for keeping it straight. So I want to go through and pick 4 that are the best. It can happen that extrusions got damaged with some T-nuts. That's why we made custom nuts actually. Are these the custom nuts or were there new ones that came after that? Because those stamp style are what mine came with. Because all of these are given a little bit of tappy tap. Maybe just that. Yep. But we still, you say extrusions are far from precise. I am so well aware of that from building this CNC machine. So much shimming. We're gonna go with it. I have the OpenBuilds style. But what, did something change on the Bear ones? Because like I said, my Bear kit came with this same OpenBuilds style. We're gonna Had a different version? Ah, I see. What are they? Anybody have a link to them? Possible I have some. What was one of the cooler things you got to see at Rocky Mountain? I think the little antithesis printer and the stone wolf. Okay. I have both, I can show you. I couldn't see the nuts on my tiny screen, but I trust Keith. Those are less strong than the new ones, but still thicker than all. Are we talking about something like these? These the new ones? So these are the 2 styles I have here. These I know are OpenBuild style. They're just a stamped sheet with a threaded hole punched in. Silver ones are the custom ones. And these, oh, this is all M3. I'll go over to my M5 boxes. Those, I don't have a lot. These are actual OpenBuilds brand. There's some cheap ones here, but often, as you can see there, those are not centered. The hole is drilled is not centered, so those are kind of garbage. These are the Misumi ones, which are really nice, but really expensive. They're a little leaf spring style, post install. Okay, well, we'll go with what we have. I don't have a bunch of alternates, so let's do this again. So let's first make sure that we don't have, there's something to note. There's something to note. When you're building your printer and you're handling extrusions, or even in manufacturing, it is very easy for things like that. You see the very corner there? That extrusion has been dropped, and that mushrooming, that deforming of the corner there is going to affect exactly what we're seeing. You see that? It's very slight, but that is going to prevent this plate from bolting down. And when you do tighten that, and you can see where it was dropped on. When you do tighten that, you have a more chance of deforming this plate. So what needs to happen, although it's not, did you call that, Brent? Good call. Even though it's not going to be the prettiest, but it should mostly be hidden, is I'm gonna take a file and I'm just gonna gently take down that part on both sides. And we're going to do a better job of inspecting all of these for that before we assemble it next. So that is a potential cause for what we're seeing. Might not be the whole story, but it's going to be part of the story. We are going to take this, do a just kind of lay this on its flat on the side there. Just, see, we're gonna make that not as pretty, but it should be hidden by the plates though. And then we'll do it right here as well. I'm trying to make this limited just to that little corner. Time to buy a surface grinder. Just very, very gently. I could probably even use some smaller files than these, but this is what I have. Take my pull this up to the light and see if we are getting any. Yeah, that is better for that one. V-slot have less aluminum where the pressure of the T-nuts is the max. Yep, I have seen that for sure. If you look what Greg is talking about, see the V-slot, there's a 45-degree angle here that is intended for rollers. Here we go. This is disassembled, but this is a T-slot roller, and it is designed for this to fit within there. Did OpenBuilds invent that, or does OpenBuild just take advantage of it? Do I recommend to avoid those from Ali because I've seen too much issues? Yep. Okay, so that takes care of that. And if we look really close at this extrusion, just make sure. Sure there's no other spot. When you look at it head on, you should be able to see that. See how there's no spot there that's, you see that right there? I didn't file on the end there. That's the line where you see it deformed. There's a little tiny spot on this side. Pretty sure they invented it. You can twist the frame once the four bottom extrusions are assembled. It's a little brutal, but works remarkably. Yeah. But we want to start with a good foundation, right? We want to start with something where we're not tightening these plates against uneven surfaces. So we're gonna get back to here. We can put this one on because I feel pretty comfortable with this extrusion. Or whatever it is. Which files would you recommend? I honestly don't know. I got these from somewhere. I've had them forever. I couldn't even tell you what brand they are. They're probably just a no name. If I was going out and buying files right now, I'd probably, I would probably be looking at some of the creators that I watch that have done like Blondie Hacks or Cloud42 and see what's in there recommended, because I know some of them have lists of things that they use, tools they use. Might start there if you didn't have anywhere else to start, type thing. I wonder if that's why that felt weird to me before, because this feels good. I was, and I didn't spend a lot of time on it. And that's the same corner I was messing with. Does Wera sell files? Looks like you cover very well with a blue Sharpie. Well, that's covered. I mean, that's going to be covered by extrusions. This one's going to bolt in right there. Yeah. That's exactly what you end up with a PM instead of a set of files. Okay. Mark Carew from OpenBuilds has invented the V-slot for T-nuts. I don't know, but I haven't seen them elsewhere. The original OpenBuilds T-nuts are good. Not as good as our gray machined ones, but great. Okay. I am definitely sad to see OpenBuilds have to move on. Okay, let's examine this extrusion. Potentially a tiny spot there. Yeah, a itty bitty spot right there. Smaller than the other one by a lot. This one was pretty significant. This one is pretty small. Now, how was I? This is a pretty clean extrusion all around, so I can kind of position, clean that up, and then position it so it's out of the way. So very, very tiny. It's a little bit of, you can see how that, when I touch it there, it's hitting a high spot. Good. Move this over here then. Okay. Hide it. Yeah, I placed, I ordered, what did I order? I ordered a bunch of end mills from them and the slot covers as a final sale. Final sales orders. Feeling right. Why isn't it feeling right? Yeah, see. Extrusion wasn't straight. I felt it snap into place or snap down when I loosened that. Much better. Why flush plates? If you can control your extrusion cuts, then blind joints are easier to assemble, but it's very reliant on the squareness of the end cuts. I think a combination is probably a good idea, depending on the printer design or device design. Okay, let's go back here and actually follow the instructions for what order of this. So it's said to do the back and front extrusions. Should now have two identical assemblies. Double check that all joining plates are flush. Then take one of them, middle length of the 5 remaining, prepare the following parts. Okay, so we're going to assemble one extrusion, and then we're going to check it for squareness. So we will assemble this one over here since this is the one we were having trouble with before. Let's just get rid of those. Set this up on end to see. Yep, that's square. No wiggle at all. Raj, you're living in the future. The question is, how far in the future were you living for a moment there? Make sure that this stayed square when I tighten that up. Yeah, that's... Take that back. It is not fully square. Okay. So that means that the end of this isn't exactly square. see if just tweaking that one did enough. Yeah, that is not moving. Okay. So that is square. Take your time, will be a reference for the rest of the assembly. A third hand might be useful. Working on a flat and level surface. This says to clamp things together, but I think I got it okay. Slide the T-nut, tighten the foot. I'm not gonna put a foot on yet. Not gonna put a foot on yet, unless I put one of these plastic ones. I guess I could do that. I guess I'll put a plastic one. Wonder if it would be better to strategically use these, because that will, isn't there a cap on here that might be easier to install if that's not, if these are a wider T-nut, so it gets closer to the edge here. There's a cap that can go on the end here. I don't know if that's going to matter or not, but the longer screw is what goes in here. I'm going to replace these feet, but for now we'll just bolt them in. So that's going to kind of help hold all this together anyway. And now consider as a reference in case of doubt during the next steps. Corner is perfectly squared and you don't have to touch it anymore. Then we're going to take the next short extrusion. What's this? This goes here. So this one I think is going to go here. So let's examine this extrusion for any dropping or messed up corners. It looks, let's see anything that would indicate it's been dropped. Yeah. So then go like this. Okay. What does it say to do this? Take the smallest extrusion of those remaining, it's 290 millimeters long. It will be used as a reference to ensure the parts are correctly spaced. Okay. That's this top extrusion. We're gonna, before we can use it as a reference, we need to make sure that it hasn't been dropped. There is a spot, see that there? So we'll make sure that that end is square. That is going to be, looks like it dropped from the side, which means the most impacted surface is going to be the end here. You can kind of see. That's going to be the only surface that really matters for this. Well, there are some plates that hold on the back, but Steve just announced a new Voron upgrade. No, I didn't. I mentioned that I wonder how far in the future it was, but I wondered. I didn't say. This looks pretty good. So now this is the side we haven't tightened. So we're going to set this guy. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, so loosen this up so this can come up. That's going to set right there. This is going to push against there. And that is pretty flush there on the end, so we're good. Oh, I didn't even notice your typo there, Brent. Okay, so I think we can, oops, set this up like this. This thing in here. Then we can tighten these. That's really close to flush. It's not perfectly flush, but since this is the top extrusion for our gantry, we want the bottom points to be exactly the same width as where the top is, so we don't have our Z extrusions basically doing this. Steve was to wonder what would be different. Okay. Slide this out. See how square this ended up. It is out just a little bit. But if we use that when we tighten up the other side, we should be okay. Reserve it for later. Okay, here we are. Take 16 T-nuts for each. Check that the threads are clear by inserting the M5 screw. I'll just make sure none of the T-nuts are faulty. That is a great point here that has bit me a few times, is you have a pile of T-nuts and you go through and you pre-install them for whatever reason, and then you go to get everything assembled and you go to use it and it's got goobered threads. This is saying check, make sure they're all good. Save you a lot of time. So, mostly because of you, but seriously, what is the this Bear project? This is an alternative frame setup for the Prusa i3 series. Instead of like threaded rods and a gantry plate on the Mark II, or a gantry plate and some short 30-30 extrusions, this replaces the frame with 20-40 extrusions all around. There will be a 2.5 announcement on Clee Day. I guarantee not. Okay, so I am putting in, it looks like a bunch of T-nuts, and we're just going to use these because I don't think width on these are going to matter, and they'll be fine. So, and a bunch of T-nuts here. Now these have all been used in this printer, and none of them felt goobered when I took them out. So I am going to know that they're fine. Goobered is the word of the day, by the way. Goobered. Looks like 12 total going in there. Yep. And then flip the assembly. looks like we have on the top side 4 on the top. The outside. Top of the outside. This is like a V0. Pay attention to your pre-installed T-slot nut. Do not place tape on the outer. That's all we need to worry about for those. For these, I'm just going to take, show you this way. I'm just going to very gently thread in, not even enough to mar the thing, but enough to where it stops it from sliding. That's what I'll do instead of using tape, because I'd have to go find my tape. Just enough to where it touches, but doesn't dig in. And I think we can put the okay. We're still gonna need this guy. 4 nuts here. Here. Oops. Let's go here. So much time on just a frame, but it's worth it. It is 100% worth it. What am I sitting on? Interesting. Oops, I don't want to do that. Let's set it straight there. There was one side. This is my flush side. So I'm going here and zero building with BearExxa to prove I'm able to preload all the nuts right this time. Okay, so that feels good. Let's go there. Needs a bit. What printer would you build to put index on, and why would it be a Trident? I actually don't think the Trident is the right build for that. I don't. Someone asked me this, I think in DMs. And I think a 2.4, if you're staying within the Voron builds, I think the 2.4 is the better index solution. I think the biggest challenge, and this tends to be in all tool changers, is umbilical management. How do you manage the wires and filament path going to the tool heads? And I think that's an easier thing to solve on the V2 rather than, oh, that is so much better. There is a little bit, but it's like it's like 0.5 millimeter, where it was way over 1 millimeter before. That is so much better. There's still a little bit here. Here, I could probably get a view of how much. So if I push down on this side, that's how much it is. Before it was a lot more than that. Stiffer, faster printing, higher precision, easier to maintain, fully open source. That's back to the question on what the Bear frame is, right? That's way better than it was. So to get that even closer, we are going to make sure everything's nice and tight. Make sure we're not giving up anything, and that little can be fixed with step 22. Yeah. Yep. Do you use the Tridex much? I don't. Yeah, that is way better. So we improved it by going through and checking all the ends of the extrusions. That's so close the full weight of the machine would correct that. So, and I do actually want to test that on my surface plate here, because I trust that this quartz plate is pretty flat, but not necessarily as flat as my surface plate here. And there's a little bit here still, so we'll be fine. Oh, look at these guys. Look at them, they do love each other. Okay, all of the T-nuts are still in there. Yep. We can take these out. Okay, y-axis, take your time with this step. Ask for help, move the y-axis onto the vertical, make sure you're on the flat and level surface. Fully tighten, we did that. This frame, we did that. Feet assembly, I guess we can put the rest of the feet on here. That is so close. That is so close. Rest of the feet on here real quick. Just getting his share of the treats. Thomas, are you caught up? Or are you talking about when I was giving them treats a little while ago? Install the 90-degree little triangle and then you will fix the wobbling in step 22. Okay. I will not worry about it, but this step says to put on the rest of the feet, so I'll put the rest of the feet on, even though I'm going to replace them later. Just wait until the cat hair gets stuck in that foot and it won't wobble anymore. That's about to what degree. I'm just pleased to be able to demonstrate the degree of wobble we had before taking the extra time on the frame, and seeing the fruits of our labor of going through and finding out why. I'm very happy when we can demonstrate that, because this is night and day better than it was. And it's all because of that couple of spots that need a little bit of filing. Okay, angle corners assembly. We're gonna want to get these in. I'm right here seeing Oscar taking a, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. They're kind of overlapping each other. They're a pretty good yin-yang symbol right now. For the following, the 4 angle brackets. Let's pull these out. These are a shorter screw on these. Make sure that we're actually using the shorter screw. And I am noticing that this one is goobered. So we're going to replace that. Like how, try to understand very bits and take your time. I am definitely not immune to getting caught up in moving along and missing stuff, but every time we take our time, we end up with a better assembly. I'm not immune to missing stuff when I'm working on my own. Probably more so than when I'm on stream. Okay, so these guys we put in here. These are going to go to either side. And we're going to get these guys in there. And we are going to be pushing. So I think there's going to be some tricks to the assembly here that we're going to pay attention to. Here's another short one. These are 8mm instead of 10mm for these, because the flange on these corner brackets is smaller than the angle brackets. So I'm gonna go through and make sure I captured all the 8mm ones. I have extras to take care of this goobered one that's going in the trash. Okay. So the idea here is we are going to loosely fasten these. Just get them in to get the thread started. That. There we go. Now, that is... Okay, so that should still wiggle. And we'll line up the bottom one. And you're going to get a shop tour video walking us through the printer collection. The problem is we have to go to 2 different locations to get that. Let me swap out for a straight driver. Something to note, you see me using a ball end driver a lot, but I swap out often for a straight driver, because when you're trying to line up a screw, a straight driver is not going to wiggle around, obviously, like that, like a ball driver. So it's much more difficult to get something lined up without cross-threading it with the ball driver. If I have trouble with it, then you'll always see me swapping over to a straight. Okay, so now, since this is a corner bracket that if you just tightened one side and then tried to tighten the other, you could potentially pull your extrusion out of alignment. Generally what I would do, what you should do, we're gonna just put a reference surface here, and then you kind of walk it in. Tighten one bit, loosen it a bit, and then tighten the other one. And you can walk it into that corner without causing it to come out of hole on either side. You can kind of walk it in there. looked like it might have something, but it threaded in fine. I wouldn't mind doing at least a tour over here, talk about how I've kind of organized my space as I get closer to where I want it to be. So we'll probably do that at some point. Okay, so I'm short one 8mm. So in here somewhere, low profile extras. And the ball end is nicer because I can get in here at angles around my fingers at this point. You ever going back to the old shop? No, I do not plan to. There's just not enough room there, and I really need Pooch to be able to come over and stream with me. The extra space I have here, my workbench here is 4 feet deep and almost 6 feet wide. I can't duplicate that in the other garage. So as much of a pain as it is having to pay attention to how dirty I have this area, it's worth it. It's not wobbling at all now. It's not wobbling. It's not rocking at all. Perfect. How was Rocky Mountain? It was awesome. It was great to see people. I am happy to be able to see many of them in just another month. That's one of the advantages of living in a place with mild winters and no snow. You don't really need a garage for your cars. It's 100% of the space usable as a workshop. You know what's more important than that? Having a partner who doesn't like parking in a garage. That is the most important part of that equation. April has never cared to park in the garage. This is great. Not rocking at all. Well, let's double check that because we were testing. Well, can we anymore? Here, let's see. Let me get something relatively I can trust some level of straight edge on it and just kind of, okay, it doesn't catch. I'm running my little, okay. I'm just making sure that the extrusion is and it is, the extrusion is the highest point on all these and not the corners of these cubes. So now I should be able to do this. It's less than before. There is a touch there. I'm not going to worry about it. The weight of the machine is going to be more than enough. Okay. California, keep your car a lot longer. You don't have to deal with. Good point. Good point. I can park my cars outside and not worry about rust. Okay, so this is done. This is why the Bear frame does not use any angle corners in other places. Might pull the frame slightly out of alignment. It pulled mine slightly more into alignment. So that's good. Missing anything in, just make sure we're good. Chat. Okay. Angle corner assembly. I did all this, right? Oh, this is step 22. If we were out of alignment to a greater degree than we are right now, we could put something under a corner and press on the other two. And that's what they're showing here, to kind of tweak it into alignment. I'm not going to do this. It's close enough. Okay. These. That's a joining plate. Okay, so it's these other two extrusions. While we are here, we are going to examine them. Anything we need to fix? This is fine. That's fine. Yeah, these did not get dropped or otherwise tweaked. So these are both good. Okay. What are we just gonna shift this out of the way. We've got some marks and stuff I'm gonna try to hide while we're doing this, just cause why not? Oh, this is that top extrusion. We knew we were hiding stuff there. This is a very clean, there's maybe a little bit right there, but otherwise it's very clean. So in Western Washington, we do get a lot of misty rain. Okay, we have got a couple of these. Oops, this one looks a little, check the threads on this. Nope, it's good. These are black, and anywhere I see silver, I wonder whether whether it has been goobered or not. Okay, that is... Which is the one? Okay, so the way these are gonna go on is this way. So I'm gonna put this to the back. I'm talking about this extrusion here. We're gonna make sure that this goes to the back, whichever side. And it doesn't really matter. I'll probably put it over here at the, actually I'll put it over here at the power supply. The power supply, I think I'll do a better job of hiding those than the electronics here. You look at the power supply side less frequently. Like that. just like that. So now this is, those go to the back, means, yeah, exactly like this. Ooh. It's got a line there that I think is a machining mark. Pre-anodizing. I think that's a pre-anodized step in there. Let's see if that's actually noticeable. Yeah. Where can I hide that? Where can I hide that to where it doesn't matter? It's not really going to matter anyway, but I guess it gets hidden. Okay. Is there a wire that goes through it you can cover with a channel sleeve? I'm probably going to throw channel sleeve on a lot of this anyway, just to keep crud out of the top surfaces, but it's towards the back. I don't think it's a big deal. I think this will be fine. This is not going to make any real difference. It's that way. I just noticed. What time is it? 1:44. I would like to, so the goal today is going to be to finish assembling the frame. And then we should be able to, we spent a lot of time on the frame today. I think we'll be able to make quite a bit of progress on the rest of the printer once this is done fairly quickly. That's gonna go right about there. I think. Let's just follow the instructions. What is this? Is this for the top? Oh, we're building the top right now. We gotta be careful about what I'm doing here. That's not where I want that then. Because we're building the, let's just skip through here. No, we're not. No, we're not. That's just a spacer, I think. As a spacer. Never mind. We're just using it as a spacer. Yeah, Conic Fab. Welcome. Never mind. Use this guy as a spacer. Need about 4 hands here. What? Temporary hand here. Have you put any thought into a E3? I have not. What I've done here is just basically, because what I really just need is something to hold, push this against. So I'm just gonna put that there and put this here. And now I've got all the constraints I need to. I've not put any thought into it. That's the, is that a Ender 3 Core XY conversion? Am I remembering that correctly? It's not quite right. I think it's a... on there. Circle and verify the plate is placed. Yep. Left and right. Repeat the previous step. So that is this side. Quick clamps are a must in any shop, not just for woodworking. Oh yeah, big time. Okay, so this is going like that. So this is gonna bolt on like that. Under 3 Trident clone. That feels good. That's gonna go right there, just like that. Assuming this is the back, I want to examine this, make sure this is what I want to be the back. We can always flip it around, but it's... Okay. That's one joining plate. Do not tighten them. This is for the top extrusion. We got a building helper, but we'll do without that. So that's this guy. So whichever way, I want this. This is down and back. So that is basically how that's going to go. So we're going to put this guy's going to go like this, I think. What it ultimately looks like, and then 3 down the side. So something like that, I think. Something on there that looked maybe adhesive like. Okay, so a couple of things up here. Now there's a printed guide thing there, but I think we can do without that. Can we go ahead and do both sides of this? Yeah, let's do both sides. Okay, and what do they have us doing? We're to be putting this, okay, this works. So these are going to be setting like this. Move it aside for a moment. This will be setting like this and like this. And since we use this as a spacer on the bottom, as long as these are all flush here, okay. Got 3 here. Do not tighten them fully with the top help of square. Make sure you have fully tighten. Here is what we're going to do. We're going to do the same thing here. We'll leave those out for a second. We're going to do the same thing here just to, oops. Do this to get that spacing correct. So instead of using the printed part, we're just going to use this vertical piece turned on its side for the first bit. Been a good stream. Unfortunately, I have to take off and actually get something else done today. Take care, Cinema Quad. Finish watching the stream later. Have a good day. You too. You too. Thanks for stopping by. There we go. That one's going right there. We'll do the same thing over here. Just use the same one. It doesn't matter. It's 20 millimeters is 20 millimeters, right? Yeah. So that's going to go there. That's going to go there. We're going to feel these. And these are feeling pretty good. That should keep all of my, let's make sure I'm not missing something further along. So we're going to tighten this up. We're going to do the other side and we're going to tighten it up. These are correct extrusions. We're going to figure out how it's going to go onto the thing. So we are good so far. So our only concern here is making sure that those are center out. Center screw out. I think that's the first 3 that we've had to do. So that's the first time we wanted to make sure that we were tightening those in the correct order. That. Pull all of this together. Center. Okay. Set this up. Nice and flush there. Nice and snug. Okay. These are very, very flush on the top. You stream part 2 tomorrow? No. So this is a member stream, Greg. So I do these once a month. If I get impatient and decide I want this build to be done sooner, then I may do a additional stream probably in early June and then late June. Or because Murph is in late June, I may just do an earlier member stream in June. We'll see how far we can get on a second stream. So it's usually once a month, but I reserve the right to offer additional streams for members. The other thing I do is for your information, all of my member streams become public before the next stream. So this is reserved for members only until the next members only stream. Then right before that, I'll make this one public. So yesterday I made the last part in the Reaper RC car build from last month public. Okay, we are almost done with the frame. So prepare the following parts. So we have this and that. So let's set this over here. And let's look, I'm gonna examine this just for cosmetic purposes, which I want to be the front of the printer. And it is pretty, I hid everything already. So I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another, as far as that's concerned. So I don't think it matters. I'll be careful with my notifications and join the stream. Well, I'd appreciate it. I'm appreciate you being here. So that's going to end up going on there. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. So let's see in what order. So place the Z-axis shown in the first image. Place the Z-axis a little closer towards the back of the frame. We will set the correct distance in a later step. Oh, I did that backwards. So I did these plates backwards. I don't think it matters. It shouldn't matter. I don't know how I did that, but as long as they point in the right direction. I can fix that relatively quickly. Where do I have? Yeah, I can fix that pretty quick. I'll fix it. Just to keep with the instructions. Bottom plates for the Z-axis are good. Just leave them? Okay. I will leave them. I will leave them. I was going to use my purple extrusion as a spacer. The joining plate should be pointed towards the back. Secure the Z-axis with the screws. If we put this in here, we'll throw these guys back here. Basically just be doing the not tightening. Don't tighten yet. Shift this back and forth to get the screws to line up. Oh, not lined up. There we go. Shifting out of the way. Why are you shifting out of the way? Should be right there. There we go. Around. These are here. There. Let's see what kind of color printer you can make with all the extra extrusions I have. Mostly black. I mean, it makes sense. Most of what I have extra are black. And I bought Misumi 2020 on a sale quite a while ago. So I have a bunch of it. Okay, so those are all loose. We can slide this whole thing back because it is going to have to go back a little bit. Got to figure out by how much. Okay, rotate the frame. Not fully. Build helper Z in a square. So what is this distance? Do we have a measurement for this distance? Do you know it offhand, Greg? I don't have to open up CAD. Like all frames, touches the one that is getting. Yeah, we could go. That would look good, huh? Told me to bear with every extrusion in a different color. That was fun. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that. 101 millimeters, but not sure. Well then. Probably the quickest way for me to check that is to Oops. I'm trying to type around the camera here. Let's go here. And printed parts. Common. Build helper Z. It's probably this guy here. Let's download it real quick. Oops. Probably this guy here. Download it. There. Save. And bring up Prusa Slicer. I can probably check it pretty quick here, Greg. I'm just going to measure it in the slicer. Let's open. Do projects. Flipper. And then measure that surface to that surface. Is that going to be correct? 106. You beat me by about 1 second. 106. Okay, and that is from the inside. So we should be able to go. Can you do that in Orca? I'm sure you can. So 126 from the outside to that. That's easier for me to measure. Because I can go 126 on my calipers here. Six. Lock this back. there. I'm just going to just touch this down just to kind of hold that for a moment. Well, that's annoying. How do I do that? How do I do that? $146, what? This is 20. This is 20 right here. 126. 106 plus 20. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I can do that. What is this? This is straight. Why does that? Huh. Okay. That's very, very intriguing. Good call, Rod. Good call. That is a lot easier to measure. That is a whole lot easier to measure. The bigger calipers though. I like it. That's easier to measure on both sides, I think. 146. $146. Then we just make sure that this is level and there to there. Sneak in on the back and get one of these tightened. Go. Do the same thing just from the other angle over here. We're going to be within a very, very small fraction of a millimeter of these. So get this level. Make sure we're pushing against the equivalent spot. So we'll double check that. Ended up tightening down the middle one, so we're just gonna snug these. We haven't checked for square yet. We need to. Actually, I didn't do the middle one. We still need to check for square. Let's see. Want this one. No, I don't want that one. I got lots of problems that I need to figure out. The bottom of the extrusion is not flush with the top. We need to figure a few things out. We need to probably constrain a few extra spots on this. Get it close. This should be all the way down. And then to do this and that and this and that and that. Hey, Salty Day. A friend of mine was thinking of buying a clone Mark 3S. Would be compatible with the would that be I can't speak for any clones. Any clones, you're going to have a gamble on what is going to work with what. Let's see if I can. Here, let's beard cushion, push down, pull back, hold on, and go. Pushing down on the top of the gantry with my chin. This is correct. It is down. Let's see where we're at with squareness. It is great. I won't change it. Yeah. With more of a project itself, looking at the image, it seems like one-for-one copy for the just be careful there, Salty Dog. I mean, it may look like a one-for-one. There is a reason that they're cloning and selling cheaper. Let's see, I didn't actually check this one. Let me see if we even need to adjust this one. It is all the way down, and no, this side is fine. That's not moving, so this side is fine. Make sure the beard is out of the gap before tightening. Yeah. Yeah, we can't say without actually seeing it there, Salty Dog. I mean, it's always going to be, if you are looking at that printer on its own, want to use it, it's probably fine. If you're looking at it with an eye of upgrading it with official parts, I have no idea. Okay. I am within basically exactly on point for that measurement. It is perfectly vertical. We're going to follow the directions, which is probably put the outer plates bit on. Or in this case, the inner plates. Slide 2 T-nuts into the extrusion. Oh, for the inner plates, okay. Or the outer plates in this case now. Today power supply might not be compatible. Lack of power panic feature. Okay, so now we're going to put the outer plate on, and then we will go through and check everything for making sure it stayed square. Hey, Nobody One Kenobi, how are you? Boing. Basically on this, it's going to be a matter of just tightening it into place so it is flush on all sides. Since we've already positioned everything. Oop, that's... This is a good opportunity to use my quick clamp here. There we go. Move this around, flush it up there, and just waiting for SVO8. You get an SVO8 or an SVO8 Max. I'm really curious about the SV08 Max. So there's an interesting thing that we've discovered. So the Phoenix. Everybody wonders when is Phoenix being released? It's another project similar to Cascade here that is hobbyist group on the time of folks having, on the timeline of folks having time to work on something. Interesting thing that we figured out on Phoenix recently is that you realize how much things shift when you enclose a big printer. I'm really curious how the printers like the SV08 Max are going to behave in a enclosed, with an enclosure. We found out that Phoenix's x-axis, for instance, the x extrusion, I think someone did the math and saying it expands over 1 millimeter in length. And what that is enough to bind up the Y linear rails. Isn't that interesting? That just heating up to the 40 or 50 C that the chamber will get to just the lighting, but that top extrusion, probably the hardest thing to deal with in 3D printing designs is thermal expansion. And there's so many designs that work well because they're open air. Start enclosing something. I mean, that Orange Storm Giga that Elegoo puts out, I'm not saying it works well. I'm not saying it doesn't. But I bet you anything it would be a whole other challenge to print with it if it was enclosed. Just based on what we're learning from working on Phoenix. I'll double check here, Brent, but I think it's just the lighting and the way everything is showing on camera. Okay, so that is bolted on. Let me make sure I got the other side nice and snug. And then we want to put this down, and it's so wonderful. So wonderful. Where did my glasses go? Sure. It didn't shift at all. It did not shift at all. this one did shift. Okay. So let's see where it shifted. I want to make sure when I adjust this that I don't make an adjustment that's going to tweak another spot. So since I'm at the bottom, I'm going to loosen these back just a little bit. I want them to still be snug because I'm going to tap it with a soft mallet. Because the top needs to go back just a hair. Oh, that one didn't actually get tightened. That one's tight. That one's tight. That one's tight. Okay, so I trust that side to be all done. So these didn't tighten. Let me... a little soft, cheap hammer here. Just... okay, that is good. Try tightening it up and see it stays. No, little tiny soft hammer. Little tiny soft hammer. We are good. That is not shifting at all. Okay. And then let's see where we're at on here. So I'm going to use the extrusion here to hold everything level, flat, and I can push this in. Oops. Sure I'm straight and straight. 145.97. 96. 145.96. And 45.82. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm. And 45.87. I'm going to call it okay. I'm going to call it okay. Flat, square, it's nice and flush. Frame is together. What is next over here? Yeah. Bear frame is complete. Is there a, so what is, so then we get into actual building. I think, so the next part of this build are going to go much quicker. We found some concerns in the frame, I think mostly to do with at some point the extrusion got dropped, manufacturing, or Chris dropped it or something. And that caused us to go a deep dive into really taking our time on rebuilding the frame. I think that will pay off as always, in the rest of the build. So I'm going to print some TPU feet in between streams. The next edition on this, let me look at my calendar and look what makes the most sense. Because I think, what is it? Is Murph the 21st and 22nd? 21st and 22nd is Murph, right? So it's either the 14th or the 28th of June. I'll figure out which one I want to do. But so with that, a nice 4.5 hour Charlie's Angels stream. Anything planned for Memorial Day Monday? Yes, I'm going to be working on the sub panel in my shed. I got to get it done. So we will be back here tomorrow though. So tomorrow we're working on the Core 1 conversion. So I'm going to break that out. We're going to unbuild my Mark 4S and work on that. And that'll be a few streams, I think. So huge thanks to Greg for coming and joining us. Like I said earlier, I am a big fan. I learned a lot from studying the design work that you've done, as well as others, but definitely a good time. So thanks everyone for being members, and try not to fall through any ceilings when you're doing that panel. I'm standing on solid ground doing the panel, so I'm good. So thank you everyone. We will hopefully see you tomorrow, and we'll pick this build up either the 14th or the 28th of June. So see you then. Have a good rest of your day. Take care and enjoy the build.